I have 9 o'clock, and I would like to call the April 20th, 2026 Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. At this time, I do recognize we have a quorum. I'll ask Commissioner Thomas to lead us in the invocation.
Let us all pray. Our Father who art in heaven, we come to you today thanking you for all the blessings in life. I want to thank you for watching over us, taking care of all of us, God. God, we ask you to be with those that are suffering, the ones that are sick, the ones that are fighting cancer, God. We ask you just to be with those, be with their doctors, be with the nurses. God, be with all our first responders, our fire, our EMS, our sheriff, our police. Be with those that answer the call, God, when there's a time of need. God, we thank you for giving your Son to die on the cross so we may have eternal life. We ask you to be with all our troops, God. Watch over them, take care of them, and just lead them as you would want them to be led. God, we ask you to be at this board, help us to make decisions that will improve this county, God. We ask you just to work through us to improve where we live, God, and we ask you just to be with us. And just thank you, God, for loving us as only you can. And we ask you just to watch over us, forgive us for all our sins, God. In your heavenly name I do pray. Amen.
Amen. And Commissioner Royster will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members of the board, you have the agenda before you. Is there any discussion of adjustment of said agenda? Having to hear none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? We have a motion. Any further discussion? Having to hear none, all in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion's been approved. Item number 5A, resolution recognizing retiree Melinda Long. Melinda? Resolution of appreciation. Whereas Melinda Long has faithfully and diligently served the people of Person County throughout her distinguished employment with the Person County Health Department. And whereas Melinda Long has rendered devoted service to the citizens of Person County with compassion, honor, integrity, and unwavering dedication, providing accurate and conscientious support for 20 years from February 1st, 2006 to May 1st, 2026. And whereas Melinda Long has constantly demonstrated exceptional professionalism and commitment to public service, thereby earning the respect, confidence, and admiration of colleagues, county leadership, and all who have had the privilege of working alongside her. Whereas the County of Person gratefully acknowledges the significant contributions of Melinda Long in her roles as Office Assistant 3 and Processing Assistant 4. And whereas the Person County Board of Commissioners wishes to honor Melinda Long upon the occasion of her retirement and extend to her its sincere appreciation for her exemplary service to the county. Now therefore, I, Kyle Puryear, Chairman of the Person County Board of Commissioners, do hereby present this resolution of appreciation to Melinda Long in recognition of her outstanding service, dedication, and lasting contributions to the betterment of Person County. Members of the board, do have a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The motion's been approved. Adopted this day, the 20th of April, 2026. Signed, Kyle Puryear, Chair of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you. Congratulations on your time. Thank you for your service. Would you like to say any words?
No, I just enjoyed my 20 years here with the county, and I love Person County, and of Person County, and I'm gonna miss it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item 5B, Stewardship Week 2026 proclamation. Nancy McCormick.
Good morning, County Commissioners. I'm here to present a proclamation for Stewardship Week, which is a national natural resource awareness program organized by the National Association of Conservation Districts. While this initiative was originally recognized nationally in 1955, this year marks the first time it will be officially recognized here in Person County. Observed from April 26th through May 3rd, 2026, this year's theme is Soil, Where It All Begins. This theme is particularly resonant for our community as soil health is the literal foundation of our agricultural heritage. Across the United States, over 3,000 conservation districts participate in this initiative. Locally, the Person Soil and Water Conservation District and Person Soil and Water Department is using this week to launch a series of community-wide events and school programs focused on soil health and natural resource conservation that will extend throughout the summer. This proclamation does more than just mark a week on the calendar. It formally recognizes Person County's ongoing commitment to environmental stewardship and the protection of our vital natural resources that sustain our working lands and our residents. We ask for your support in officially designating this week for our county, and we invite you to see our soil health tent on display in the auditorium when you leave the meeting. Would you like for me to read it?
Yes, ma'am, please,
Okay.
except the very last part.
So, the proclamation for Stewardship Week. Whereas healthy, fertile soil and clean water are the lifeblood of nutrition and sustenance throughout the world, and soil conservation is a benefit to everyone. And whereas effective conservation practices ensure that soil, water, animals, plants, and air can support a rich standard of living. And whereas our survival and continued access to quality food and water depend upon the robust management of diverse natural resources nationwide. And whereas stewardship calls upon every individual to help conserve these precious resources to ensure their prosperity for generations to come. And whereas restoring and protecting soil plays a vital role in holding water, cycling nutrients, supporting wildlife, preventing flooding, and enhancing ecosystems' health, thereby strengthening the foundation for long-term soil and water conservation efforts. And whereas the theme for the 2026 Stewardship Week, Soil, Where It All Begins, celebrates the power of soil in supporting life in all its forms and underscores soil as the starting point for healthy food, clean water, thriving habitats, and resilient communities. And whereas Person County recognizes the importance of preserving and restoring soil as part of our collective conservation efforts.
Now therefore, the Person County Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims the week of April 26, 2026 to May 3rd, 2026 as Stewardship Week in Person County, and encourage all residents to participate in conservation efforts and activities celebrating the theme Soil, Where It All Begins. Members of the board, do I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Motion's been approved. Adopted this day, 20th of April, 2026. Signed, Kyle Puryear, Chairman, Board of County Commissioners. All right, item 5C, National Volunteer Week Proclamation. Whereas volunteerism is essential to how Person County thrives, and residents generously contribute their time, talents, and compassion to improve the lives of others. Whereas in 2026, National Volunteer Week marks its 50th anniversary and will be observed April 19th through the 25th, 2026, with a theme shining a light on the people and causes that inspire us to serve, reflecting our gratitude for volunteers whose actions motivate and uplift our community. And whereas volunteers across Person County engage in vital work, supporting schools, nonprofits, civic and community initiatives, emergency services, and local government programs by serving on various boards and committees, dedicating thousands of hours to enhance community well-being. And whereas these selfless individuals embody the theme by not only serving their neighbors, but also inspiring others to join in service, building a stronger, more connected, and more resilient Person County. And whereas the Person County Board of Commissioners recognizes that volunteerism enriches civic life, addresses critical needs, and promotes the value of empathy, leadership, and community engagement. Now, therefore, the Person County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 19th to April 25th, 2026, as National Volunteer Week in Person County, North Carolina, and encourages all residents to shine a light on volunteers and the causes that inspire us to serve, recognizing their invaluable contributions to our community. Members of the board, do I have a motion to approve proclamation?
So moved.
All in favor, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Adopted this 20th day of April 2026. Signed, Kyle Puryear, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners. Item 5D, Line Worker Appreciation Day Proclamation. Whereas the second Monday of April is designated Line Worker Appreciation Day in the state of North Carolina in recognition of North Carolina's electric utility line workers that are essential frontline professionals who work tirelessly to maintain, repair, and construct the electric and communication infrastructure that powers our homes, businesses, and communities in our state. Whereas these highly trained men and women perform their duties with skill, dedication, and unwavering commitment to safety, often work in hazardous conditions, challenging weather, and during emergencies in order to ensure reliable service for all residents. And whereas line workers play a critical role in protecting public safety by adhering to rigorous safety standards, engaging in ongoing training, and implementing best practices that reduce risks for themselves, their co-workers, and the public. And whereas their emphasis on safety not only safeguards the electric grid, but also contributes to reduced outages, faster restoration times, and greater resilience of essential infrastructure during severe weather and emergency events. Whereas the work of these dedicated professionals is supported by the local utility partners who serve our community, including Person County's electric providers such as Duke Energy, Piedmont Electric Corporation, and other regional utility teams who manage and enhance essential services. Whereas line workers stand ready at all times of the day and night to respond to outages, natural disasters, and urgent infrastructure needs, demonstrating exceptional courage and professionalism. And whereas Line Worker Appreciation Day provides an opportunity to recognize and honor the invaluable service, sacrifice, and safety-driven commitment of these essential workers. Now, therefore, the Person County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim April 13, 2026 as Line Worker Appreciation Day in Person County and encourage all residents in joining in expressing gratitude for the dedication, expertise, and service of our line workers and the utility partners who support them, whose work keeps our community connected in power. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners calls upon the community to support its line workers by practicing electrical safety, preparing for severe weather, reporting outages promptly, and acknowledging the vital role of these professionals play in sustaining the quality of life in Person County. Members of the board, do I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
We have a motion. Any further discussion? Having hearing none, all in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Motion's been approved. The proclamation has been approved. Adopted this 20th day of April 2026. Signed, Kyle Puryear, Chairman, Board of County Commissioners.
The board is open to take a photo with the representatives here from Duke Energy and Piedmont Electric. We would love that opportunity.
Board? Okay.
I'd also like to acknowledge Derby Harris from Person County for the awards he got at the rodeo. Was that this past weekend?
You guys want to come up? We'll do one group and then the other. You guys
You just want to stand up
put
and...
them in front and see how that looks.
Y'all want to slide down?
So I was talking up the board on this.
Okay, so you can be in between these guys, Antoinetta in between these guys, and Donald on this side. Okay. Nope, that works well. Okay. 1, 2, 3, a couple. Perfect, thank you. And then my election.
Hold up.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Thank y'all.
I'm gonna have you guys slide just a little bit. The guys in front are fine. Antoinette, I'll have you slide just a little bit that way. Yeah, that should work. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Take a couple. Thank you guys very much.
And I'd like to present proclamation to Piedmont Electric. Thank you, sir. Thank you. For everything that you do. And also proclamation to Duke Energy.
Thank you so much.
Item 6A, text amendment, TA 0126, plan and ordinance, consolidation, planning director. And members of the board, do I have a motion to go into the public hearing? The motion was already open at our previous meeting, so this public hearing is in effect since it was tabled. Planning director.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, for the presentation. Thank you. My name is Mr. Reddy, Planning Director for Person County. Here to present the text amendment to help further consolidate our ordinance. This consolidation is simply taking the 4 separate documents, 2 unique businesses, and the height around airports and the flood damage prevention ordinance, putting these 4 separate ordinances that were adopted separately into the planning ordinance to make it one document. This is the location where they would go. The red highlighted area shows where they would go in the current ordinance. It leaves only one more outstanding ordinance. The private road standards is a separate ordinance. There's no regulatory changes in any of this. It's taking these 4 documents that are formatted differently and putting into the planning ordinance. Because each of these 4 documents are formatted differently, they have different headings, sections, and everything like that. These incorporated into the planning ordinance would update the sections, articles, subsections, the levels, and numbering, capitalization, formatting, and make sure it's a traditional ordinance. Page numbers would be updated, headers and footers are removed, and the table of contents would be updated. And we've already run multiple quality controls through this ordinance since its first publication. Staff is recommending this thing be adopted and be recommended because it is to help improve the legibility, remove redundancy, and improve efficiency in the administration of this all these multiple ordinances into one. We started this process back in late November when we started this initial document as part of the planning board in December, and the initial meeting and initial discussion publicly for this consolidation.
Should we just wait a minute before we continue the meeting?
The chair takes a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, pause.
Sorry about that, Ms. Royster.
You're welcome. I can't see behind, I don't have eyes in the back of my head, and
Well,
this is
'cause
my
I-
children.
I saw our IT guy. He's up.
That's fine, thank you.
We need to.
Michelle, at the end of his packet, there's a, it looks like it's a little proclamation right after it. Are we supposed to?
An ordinance amending the planning ordinance.
I couldn't make the motion because I couldn't get through the page.
It's on page 12 of the packet.
Look,
At the
mine,
end of this year's agenda abstract.
that's, I was, mine popped up, that's all we're gonna say.
Oh, yeah. It's,
Just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
You saw that, you saw that.
This looks like it's up there.
Like over here.
Yeah.
So I looked around and it popped up and I was like, okay.
This is at the end of Nish's packet. Yeah, I mean, I don't think.
Call the meeting back to order. And before we begin, would like to apologize to the public that were viewing it. We were having some audio difficulty, and we appreciate your patience. And for the record, we are under item number 8 under consent agenda approval, and Commissioner Royster was recognized. Commissioner Royster.
Yes, 8A for the April 6, 2026 minutes concerning our vote on whether for the solar text amendment as it pertains to it being inconsistent or consistent with our adopted Person County and City of Roxborough Joint Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And the amended minutes, and I just want to be clear,
for the vote that I made during that meeting, as well as those who were in attendance. The amended minutes text reads, the board voted 5-0 to approve the sample statement provided by the planning staff in the meeting agenda packet, which finds that the proposed text amendment is inconsistent with the adopted Person County and City of Roxborough Joint Comprehensive Land Use Plan because it does not support any of the guiding principles in the document. And in that meeting, and I just want to be clear, and Attorney Morfitz, just for clarification for myself and others when reading this, because I just want to recall or remind that during that meeting, Vice Chair Wilburn and myself voted yes, and our colleagues, their vote was no. And in reading this, stating voted 5-0, I just want to be clear so that so it wouldn't look like that we all agreed. So I just wanted clarity with that because my vote stance is the same, but I wanted, not only for myself but others to understand why this amendment is being changed or added to our minutes.
Yes, ma'am, if I may, Ms. Royster. So what happened was there was a motion to approve the solar text amendment, and it failed by a vote of 2-3. General statutes, and I apologize, I should have jumped in when it became clear, say that you have to adopt a consistency statement when adopting or rejecting a text amendment. So there needed to be a consistency statement. And so I mentioned that, but, we'd already moved on to the next item. So at the earliest possible time, which is essentially after the consolidation text amendment hearing, which was the next item, had been continued, the board then made a motion 5-0 to approve the proposed consistency statement regarding the denial of the text amendment that was in the packet. So there was a vote 5-0 to approve that consistency statement, but there was not a vote. Well, let me put it this way. Your and Ms. Wilburn's vote was not changed regarding the text amendment itself. We were just making sure we were complying with statutory requirements.
All right, thank you. And
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted clarity for others in reading this, to not jump to thinking that something was changed in that matter.
And Mr. Attorney, if I may, can you read for the public what the corrected minutes will reflect, please?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just pull that up. The corrected minutes, that language, is it in our agenda packet, Madam Clerk?
It
If it's
is
not, I
not
can
in the
find it.
agenda packet, but I
Yeah.
have it in front of me if the board desires me to read it.
Does the board wish for the minutes to be read? Please
Well, it's just this
proceed.
paragraph right here, right?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, so for the public's knowledge, after releasing the agenda packet, I failed to get clarification on the motion that was made for the consistency statement for the solar text amendment. So I reached out to the county attorney for legal advice, and this is what I was advised. So Mr. Attorney reminded the board that General Statute 160D-605A requires the board to approve a comprehensive plan consistency statement when approving or rejecting a zoning text amendment. Upon this advice, Chairman Perrier asked the board if it wished to adopt a resolution regarding comprehensive plan consistency for the proposed solar text amendment it had just considered. As a formality and to ensure compliance with statutes, Vice Chair Wilburn made a motion to that effect, and the board voted 5-0 to approve the sample statement provided by the planning staff in the meeting agenda packet, which finds that the proposed text amendment is inconsistent with the adopted Person County and City of Roxborough Joint Comprehensive Land Use Plan because it does not support any of the guiding principles in the document. So as Commissioner Royster indicated, that however does not change or sway her vote. She sticks with her original vote as opposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I thank Commissioner Royster for bringing that up, and that was my fault. And to keep the meeting moving, I saw it as a formality and jumped in and made the motion to do that, even though it was theoretically inconsistent with how the motion I had made previously. So, thank you for the opportunity for us to get that on the record.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the addition of the corrected minutes for April 6, 2026?
So moved.
All right, all in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, the consent agenda's been approved. Item number 9A, America 250 update. Kim Strickland.
Good morning. I'm here this morning with Carrie Curry to give you our quarterly A250 Planning Committee update. There we go. There we go. So basically, since the last time I was up here with Aaron Hill, these are the activities that have occurred and the remaining activities for our planning session. Our committee meets monthly. We had a great presentation in January to kick off our celebration with a presentation at the library about the Saponi tribe and their impact on our community. We just recently wrapped up our art contest, which was sponsored and coordinated by the Kirby Theater. It was open to all K through 12 Person County students, and there might be some children or family members that you recognize here. We had a reception on April 10th at the Kirby to announce the winners. And the benefit of this was that we asked the students in the county to submit artwork that include historical information, but also their artistic skill and expression on how they interpret what they view, especially in this county. We did have submissions from Oak Lane Elementary, South Elementary, the Virtual Academy, and some homeschooling. And those students there attended the reception that evening. They were awarded gifts for their prize winners, and those gifts were provided by the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Person Veterans Council, and specifically also Alan Whitlow, who added a little extra. So we had something for the teachers and the students as well. So we are trying our best to provide opportunities throughout the year for all ages and all interest. And so those were the two that we have already completed. Our biggest event that we have planned is in September. That is where we're putting most of our focus. And so that's why Carrie and Bob are here to talk about the September event.
Yes. We are so excited about September. We are doing an Early America Living History Fair. This is an opportunity to demonstrate techniques, skills, heritage crafts, all of the things that all of our ancestors would have done here in Person County and in the Central Piedmont. We are excited because this is a co-sponsored event with the North Carolina Cooperative Extension. We have master gardeners, we have beekeepers, we're going to have a blacksmith and costumed interpreters, and a lot of volunteers. Our goal for this one is to have between 300 and 600 people attend the event. It is free, open to the public. We have, hopefully we're gonna get the Airstream from America 250, the state. We've requested that. We have a pending grant with Duke Energy to fund that event for just under $11,000. So we're really hopeful, everyone. We're still waiting to hear on that one. And we're excited because I'm going to let Bob talk for a minute. We are going to be dedicating a Liberty Tree.
Yes, thank you, Karen. So I'm the president of our local Master Gardener Volunteer Association, and we're working with Carrie and the group at the museum to plant a Liberty Tree. We've selected the American hornbeam, also called the mussel tree, Latin name Corpinius. Sorry. I knew I was going to mess this up. Corpinus carolinea. So it is a native of eastern part of the state, or part of the country. It's got its name because the wood is particularly dense and hard. It was used by early craftsmen to make tool handles and also mallets. Gets a nice yellow leaf in the fall, and again has a very unique bark structure. So we're going to be planting that at the event that Carrie mentioned. Hope you all will be able to attend that. For the dedication, we also hope to get a dedication plaque that will go along with it. One of the other events I would like to mention that we're doing as a part of this effort also is contributing to a reforestation effort to the area that was devastated by Hurricane Helena. So we've collected funds. We've got $250 so far that we collected to contribute to that effort for replanting trees. So we're still accepting donations. But
So, that is going to be dedicated at our Living History event. It will be planted on the museum campus, which is county property. So that makes it available to the public when they want to come see it. We'll also have a special exhibit that we're developing, which is looking back in 250 years back in the past at Person County and moving forward from that. So we're really hopeful to get a lot of engagement from the community and give them opportunities throughout the year to interact with this nationwide commemoration.
I think what, the list before you is just a sample. I know the DAR had a dedication of a garden, last week, the day after the, reception, so we will continue to provide quarterly updates. We hope you can join us as much as possible. We have, just so you get to see the children again. I'm sure everybody loves that.
Like
We
the
do
second
have a local committee that is doing the work. Well, we're not gonna jump on that one, I guess. There we go. We do have a vacancy, because of Aaron transitioning from the Kirby with the Arts Council, but the rest of the committee is continuing to work, and we will continue to develop, events to last throughout the year to celebrate, to commemorate this very special time. Any questions for at least part of the planning committee?
Any questions, comments?
Well, I enjoyed the art contest. I'm a little biased because my son did win. He was one of the. That's why I was smiling so much, because his picture was on the screen. But I'm really excited about all the activities, and I went over to the museum and spent a long time there walking around and hearing more about America 250 celebrations, and it was just an honor to see the kids excited during the art reception and the games and coloring Minecrafts and watching movies and all of that. So I appreciate the work that you all are doing to make this a commemorative event here in Person County. Celebration. That's the word I was looking for, in Person County. So thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you for your
Thank you.
thank you for your efforts and all the hard work you put into this committee. It's
Thank
greatly
you.
appreciated. Thank you. All right, item 9B, Recycling Center update and fee schedule amendment. Amanda Doss.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, Manager Kathy. I'm here today, maybe, we'll see if it comes up. There we go. I'm here today to provide an update and share the progress and the success of the PI merger and upgrade project. So as you know, since the recycling center was first implemented, we have operated using old equipment, much of which had been outdated and obsolete for quite some time at the time of the merger. This resulted in frequent breakdowns, costly repairs, and ongoing operational costs. At that time, contamination rates had reached an all-time high of approximately about 60% of material that was coming in was contaminated, and material handling was extremely inefficient and difficult to manage. During our 2022 feasibility study, we found that we were only able to process about 23% of material that was coming through the doors of the recycling center. The remaining material had to be transported to a larger MRF for sorting, which resulted in significant additional costs. So to address these challenges, the Revolution sort system was implemented in May of 2025, and since implementation, the equipment has been running smoothly and very, very efficiently. We have also focused heavily on operational improvement through continued education and outreach, and it has helped reduce contamination rates. In addition, we now have staff stationed at the greeter door during our business hours, which we had really had to limit post-COVID, during and post-COVID. So we have that option back, and then their gates closing at 7 p.m. now present after hours and overnight contamination. sorry, we'll go back. So since May, we have now processed 100% of material that has come through the doors. So we have went from only processing 23% of the material up to 100%. And this is a major operational milestone. It has estimated the needs to transport material to an outside facility of sorting, it has eliminated the need to transport material. And it's resulted in about a $30,000 savings of expenditures that we were spending to send that material out for sorting outside of the organization. This figure previously reflected about 1.5 tons of material that was going out per month that was being sent out for processing. So not only has this been a significantly reduce of expenditure, it's also increased our revenues, potentially by allowing materials to be processed more quickly and efficiently on site. This new system has been critical in achieving these updates. So I wanted to talk about the fee schedule amendment. So we now have a large in-ground scale, which allows us to move to more accurately capture weights of material that is entering and leaving the facility. And Rhonda Gentry, our recycling manager, she's here if you have any additional questions regarding the machine, but she has begun conducting blended value studies for each third-party hauler. And these studies will provide us detailed reports of commodities, residue, and per ton cost based on current market value of the material that's coming in the door. So this will allow us to implement a weight-based fee schedule structure for material that is received from outside of the county. Person County vendors will continue to receive a flat rate fee of $40 per ton, which remains below the land tipping fee that is currently set at Republic. This keeps us competitive locally and while strengthening and expanding our partnerships. Accepting additional material from neighboring counties will increase our revenue and support long-term job stability for our staff at the recycling center. Do y'all have any questions in regards to the fee schedule or the new machine or the blended value studies that we are conducting?
Questions from the board?
Okay. And just a thank you and a sincere appreciation for your continued support, your commitment to making this expansion and the modernization to the facility possible. The benefits have already been significant on what we are able to do and what we're able to process, and we are truly grateful for the trust that you have placed in the mission of Person Industries. This investment has not only resolved long-standing operational challenges, but it has positioned us for great efficiency, financial stability, and future growth. So we want to tell you thank you because together we are building a stronger system that will serve our community for years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, what is the desire of the board? Do I have a motion to approve the fee schedule amendment for the scale use as presented?
And this will fluctuate, not for our in-county, just a reminder, not for our in-county haulers. Our in-county haulers will have the same base rate, but for any partnerships that we develop for outside counties, that will fluctuate based on market value of commodities that are coming in.
Okay, the chair makes the motion
Okay.
for the fee schedule amendment. Any discussion among the motion? Having hearing none, all in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion's been approved.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, item 9C, Sheriff Office Progress Report, Accomplishments, Chief Deputy Massey.
Morning. The first item I'm gonna go over is our progress and accomplishments during Sheriff Wilburn's term. just a few of them. And of course, all of these are due to the hard work and dedication of our deputies, detention officers, and civilian personnel who work at the sheriff's office. First is the review and replacement implementation of updated sheriff's office standards, operating and procedures. New up-to-date Taser X7 devices. We acquired 43 of them, purchased through GCC grants and asset forfeiture. New up-to-date body-worn cameras, utilizing Motorola grant along with the matching funds from the county. Updated technology for our interview room has been done and is up to date with the help of Person County IT. Our Canine Bloodhound unit, implementation of that unit with successful finds. Implemented policy regarding HB 300 and the utilization of psychological screenings on our pre-hire with FMRT or carry group. We use that for pre-hiring process and critical incident post-event assessments also. And brought evidence up to current records retention laws, the review of case files and obtaining proper to court dispositions for older cases, and our evidence custodians have worked diligently on that. Special events teams, crowd management trained and equipped, no cost to the taxpayers. That's utilized asset forfeiture. Special response team equipment, uniforms, gear, requiring an MRAP, which is the armored vehicle. Drones, side by side, again, no cost to taxpayers. Utilize military surplus items along with asset forfeiture. Implemented flock license plate readers. Numerous successful cases have been solved utilizing those devices. We do have more devices projected, along with actually one of the Centennial Park has one of those cameras on it now to ensure the safety and security of those patrons. Special assignment investigator. We got the Homeland Security TFO that was approved by the Board of Commissioners. Patrol vehicles, division vehicles, updated technology and networks. So all those cars are now rolling computers. They have internet access and can use data checking systems and things like that in the vehicles. Again, that was helped out with Person County IT. Started a crime mapping implementation through Google Earth to combat ongoing crime trends and to effectively deploy LE resources. That was of no cost. They utilize Google Maps for that, and there's several other options out there at tens of thousands of dollars to implement that data, and some of the officers took it upon themselves to start that. Let's see. Filling staffing positions at the Detention Center. At one point, we had up to 14 vacancies in 2022, and currently, as of today, I actually had to change it on y'all's. We're actually down to 3 now. So the implementation of the training agreements or / contract, we've had 33 resignations or terminations, 3 retirements, and 76 rejections due to not meeting standards requirements through Sheriff's Office training and standards. We've switched vendors from CPC to Paytel for detention facility phones, visits, etc. And they provide services for the inmates. They give the inmates religious opportunities, educational programs, and books, and also their mail instead of getting it in hand, which we know contraband can get into the jail that way. That's actually a digital system. So the only thing they get in hand now is legal documents. It also gave us a process to implement the GED program in the jail. We partnered with PCC for that GED equivalency program, and hopefully we'll start getting some of the guys that are there long enough, or at least get them started before they get out on their GED process. We enacted mandatory insurance enrollment for processing inmates. Health Plan Freedom was our enroller, and we projected at that time large cost savings. And I think we discussed that last year at this time when we came asking for the funds to pay those medical services. And then implementation of the SMC roadside cleanup program, which we've been wanting to do. However, with 14 vacancies, and we're finally caught up enough to where we can do that, along with the help of a couple of part-time guys that come in, and that's all they do. And just up to date in the 2 weeks, those guys have completed, and you're utilizing roughly 10 inmates, but they've completed 25.5 miles, collected 229 bags of trash, which is 76 cubic tons. Just on Wren Crumpton and Providence Road alone, they collected 1,600 pounds of trash along the roadside. Just in 2 weeks. And then, without harping, on our jail side, we just got our recent inspection, biannual inspection, in which they only had one deficiency noted, and that was the board went down. Ended up being an IT camera issue, and it was solved immediately. Oops, a little fast. And then our last progress and accomplishments. Obviously spearheaded donations and provided aid to Western North Carolina for Hurricane Helene, several trips of necessities, and assisted with LEO operations with other counties. Person County stepped up with their donations, in which multiple tractor trailer loads of items were delivered. And then again on July 13th, 2025, responded and aided in the relief of Tropical Storm Chantel that was devastating to Person County, and we coordinated with multiple agencies to ensure the safety of citizens in Person County. And then the front office staff demonstrated outstanding teamwork and commitment. These are our civilian personnel. By assisting with the preparation of blessing bags for patrol vehicles. These blessing bags are utilized by deputies to provide immediate assistance to individuals and families in need while responding to calls for service. They have these bags, they have easy foods able to be cooked or prepared for them on the scene if they go to a house and they know there's not much food in the house, or there's kids with clothes or necessities, diapers, things like that. So, in all of these, the Sheriff's Office, we participate on average and support about 70 to 75 public community events yearly. This is a big task on our officers. They do this a lot outside of their normal work hours, and these progress and accomplishments I probably could go on for a lot longer, but this isn't even mentioning the numerous successful cases that are solved of violent crimes, along with child offenses and child sex offenses that our guys deal with daily. And then the second part of the presentation is our overview of medical costs. And I have this kind of broke down in two parts.
So that's a separate agenda item. So
Okay.
I just want to comment,
Sounds
have the
good.
commissioners
Do you have any questions?
have any questions on the report before we
Sure.
go to the next agenda item?
How is the fleet with the enterprise deal?
You were speaking, sir.
Yeah, well, to my knowledge and from my experience, it's 10,000 times better than the previous year. I think all of our vehicles are in now, they're equipped, they've been deployed. So I know last year was waiting, it was about at the end of the fiscal year before we was receiving our vehicles. So it's still taking some time to come in, but I think that communication has opened up. I know my guys love the maintenance part of that. They can go in and see on the computer on that portal and see what vehicles need to be maintained, the mileage of their maintenance, and if FOIA requests come in, it's easily can be printed out, or what the case may be. So on the maintenance side of it, it's terrific. Still some turnaround time on vehicles, but 10,000 times better than it was when we first started.
I'd just like to publicly thank the sheriff and chief deputy and all your deputies, officers, and support staff for your professionalism, your transparency, and keeping us up to date about the everyday runnings of your department. So appreciate everyone's hard work in your department, sir.
Thank you,
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Having here none, moving on to item 9D, Person County Detention Facility Medical Services Update and Fiscal Year 27 Contract. And please continue, Chief Deputy.
Yes, sir. Again, this is somewhat in two parts. The first one's going to be the overview of our medical cost, comparison to, again, last year when we came to you and asked for that large sum of money that we was over budget for. But again, this couldn't be done without the excellent work from the detention staff enacting a lot of these procedures to reduce cost, and also cooperation with the district attorney's office and magistrates. And again, the Person County Detention Center, we house inmates brought in for charges from the Roxborough Police Department, North Carolina Probation and Parole, ALE, North Carolina State Highway Patrol, North Carolina Wildlife, along with the Sheriff's Office. A lot of these are pretrial, and once the inmate is given a release order, they become the responsibility of the Sheriff's Office, including their medical care. Inmates held serving sentences, the medical care is provided by the state of North Carolina. So the state misdemeanor confinement program that we utilize for roadside, again, that health care is provided by the state. All the pretrial ones, no matter what condition they're in, we're obligated to pay for their medical. And some of these people are not in the greatest of health. The growing number of inmates with mental health issues and drug dependency, it's a big deal, and why increasing medical needs in our inmate population. More medical treatments required for inmates suffering from chronic conditions and substance abuse related health concerns. The length of time pretrial detainees remain in our custody is increasing, further driving up medical expenses. More pretrial bond revocations with new charges. So if someone's out on a previous bond and they get picked up again on a new charge, then that bond is obviously revoked and they're held in our custody without bond. So we're seeing more of those also. And then of course, increased jail stays equals increased medical costs. Same as before, we have several inmates that have incurred extraordinary medical costs in recent years. The example of one inmate alone had medical bills amounting well over $1 million from a period over the course of 3 years. We don't get these bills all at one time, so over the course of these 3 years, we were constantly getting in bills that we were required to pay. The reason for the high cost, the inmates requiring long-term care, complex surgeries, and mental health treatment, or other emergency services that are completed outside of our facility. After we asked for that, we started looking at alternative ways on how to be good stewards with the county's money and how to combat some of these extraordinary expenses. The first thing we did was increase the medical staff coverage from an 8-5 coverage to a 12-7 coverage. This greatly reduced the contract cost increased, but it greatly reduced the number of inmates being sent out of our facility for care. For instance, when the medical personnel aren't on scene, our detention officers would feel liable to send them out for care if someone was having chest pains or something like that. There was no one there to check behind them that was medical professionals. Increased cost and contract, but it also decreased the outside medical expense. The policy implemented in August of 2024 that we started was all incoming inmates are now enrolled in insurance through the Affordable Health Care Act. The high percentage of inmates are eligible for this at this time. The insurance coverage, inmates were issued insurance cards which are stored on a shared drive. Medical providers are given these cards to cover medical expenses. So once they go and have medical services provided outside of our facility, they would take their own insurance card, just as if I would do or you would do, as far as going to the ER or the doctor or something like that. And again, we found that 99% of the inmates were eligible for this care. The intake process and forms when receiving inmates from other agencies. So we worked with our medical provider at the time, formulated an intake process that all the detention officers were trained on, and if an outside agency was to bring them in, and part of requirements, they felt that they needed to be seen outside before we took custody of them. They're required to go to a provider outside and get approval that they're able to come into our jail. And then inmates charged co-pays for sick calls and billed at a minimum for prescription medications. We found that that our inmates just going in for sick calls for our medical providers, we were averaging 45 to 50 sick calls a day, and by implementing that copay, we dropped that down to 5 to 10. So it became the medical staff could do a lot of other things other than doing sick calls all day long. And then the impact so far, and this again is this past year and this past policy, the savings have been substantial. We're seeing a decrease in the length of stays in the medical providers, which was both costly and taxing on our staff. So not only do we pay for the inmate medical, we're also paying for the staff to be present with that inmate. that's where we moved to. As you can see, our past medical bill history, we've been over budget every year. Again, not over budget on the contract costs, but over budget on the medical expenses that the inmates are accruing downstairs. And this is pretty much for the past 6 years. If you look at this past year, when we implemented the ACA, our budget was $550. We spent thus far through February, haven't gotten the billing for March yet, but we spent $372,943.74. That is through February. A lot of factors play in that, and that's also including that our entire contract cost has been paid to the medical provider. So if we're on pace now, and we're averaging $15,000 a month inmate care, if that math is done, we anticipate everything going the way it is now to give back the county $100,000 off this year's budget.
And that's from using ACA.
Yes, ma'am. We found that by these guys using their own insurance and getting covered by insurance, it's not a cash cost to the county. Their insurance providers are paying for them.
Thank you.
There's a but.
There's a but. and now we'll move forward. That's this year, and what we see up until hopefully this will get us through again June 30th of this year. And then if Connor, if you want to do the spreadsheet, he'll get that opened up for us. What you guys have in the packet is just a breakdown of that of those costs for each year. What it looks like monthly. Obviously, to the right column, you'll see the monthly contract costs, which we pay, and then the unknown is the total cost of the medical care that we're providing. All the way to this fiscal year 26. You can see the numbers, how much drastically. And of course, last year I have the red. That's the same monies that we asked for outside. But for last year, and again this year, our highest was that November bill at $14,522. So again, I'm hoping to stay on pace, keep all of those monthly within $15,000, and give back a lot of the money that we asked for last year. And as Commissioner Wilbur mentioned, there is a but, which is the third thing that we're here for today, and that is to ask for a change of vendor for our medical care.
Well, I was talking about the ACA going away.
Yeah, that's what we get to. It's all part of it. All right, Connor, I'm good with the spreadsheet if you want to go back to the slideshow.
I just want to add real quick,
Yep.
Chief. What he doesn't say or show in that spreadsheet also is those monthly amounts that he said around average of 15, a little less than 15. A lot is prescription medication, and we don't have any other options outside of using the current vendor that we have. So that's going to lead up into this. If we decide, or you guys decide we change vendors, their prescription costs, as far as that's a lot of what's eating our budget now is prescription costs of the inmates that's coming in the facility. And those state misdemeanor confinement inmates, I know the chief spoke earlier that we don't pay for their medical cost outside of the facility. That's handled by the state, but we also pay for their prescriptions. If they on prescription medication, we have to pay for that. So the pharmaceuticals is what's costing us, and we don't have much say so in that at this time.
And then moving forward, this is what we're trying to move forward with changing vendor, and try to my best to explain the reason. I know in one side I've talked about giving back $100,000 this year, in hopes to do that, and then again in next year, why to change vendors if something is going so good. That's been my dilemma on explaining this, and hopefully I can. If not, hopefully you guys got a lot of questions for me. But the big beautiful bill that happened last year, so it's stopped and shut off, not ACA in particular, but it shut off when we can enroll them. So it changed the special enrollment periods. So for example, when an inmate was coming in to be processed into the detention facility, part of our intake process was to enroll them in ACA immediately. no matter what day. If it's Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, all throughout the year, we were able to do that. This new change in the bill, in the ACA, it stopped our special enrollment period. So we can no longer do that. We can only enroll them in November and December, as similar to our policies. So that's what we do. We're still doing that in November and December, and it's good for a year, but that doesn't help those inmates that come in for a week at a time or 2 weeks at a time or a month at a time. That's what we have to worry about. And going back to someone who is in some type of or has medical needs, extraordinary medical needs that come in our facility, how do we handle that from July to that November time frame? That's what we're kind of fearful of. I see it happening. I see it going forward. So, and I'll get to that. But the health plan freedom, the sheriff's office, will, like I said, we'll continue to do that. And the impact so far. So same as it getting caught up the other way when we started signing them up, I foresee it changing paths and going back the opposite way also moving forward. We're not currently seeing a drastic increase in billing right now. We are seeing higher rates in pharmacy, as the sheriff said, and necessary medications. And we're doing continuouses on those medications, but we're not doing initiations as far as drug treatment and stuff like that. But if someone has been to some type of clinic and they require necessary medicines, we do continue with that through our vendor now, and we'll continue to do that with our the next vendor if you guys so choose. Our future projections, once billing cycles are caught up within the next 3 to 6 months, we anticipate a significant cost increase due to inmates not having that ACA coverage. We'll continue to monitor monthly billing and provide updates to you guys. Looking to get ahead of the projected high costs of the past by increasing coverage and providing a more conducive on-site service, we're hoping that's going to be a strategic way that we get our overall cost down. The sheriff's office jail budget, the line there that you guys are aware of for professional medical service for inmate cost in 2025 budget was $550,000. Our annual medical provider contract is $25,785.71 monthly, totaling that $309. This left us thus far $240,571.48 for other medical costs. That covers everything. Like the sheriff said, it covers pharmaceuticals, and for some of the inmates, they're high, if they're heart conditions, or there's just a lot of medical needs out there that getting generic, evidently just doesn't work. So, utilizing that average month and $15,000 to Drew close contract, we're on course to use that additional $75,000 again, hopefully to return $100,000 to the county. Move forward. During budget talks with the county manager last year, we were asked by our assistant county manager to reach out and seek alternatives and vendors for inmate medical care. That's what we started doing, is someone other than the current vendor that we had. And all while moving forward is maintaining that 12/7 coverage with additional electronic medical reporting systems. Our current vendor, Southern Health Partners, the quote is $337.103.64, and then the new vendor who we're seeking permission to go to, IMS Correctional Healthcare, is $446,004. And after analyzing past strategies, speaking with other sheriffs, and meeting with representatives, and discussing the services and inmate services, in our opinion, that even though the yearly contract cost is going to be higher, moving forward with IMS Correctional Healthcare Services will create a long-term savings, expanded on-site medical care, doing procedures that our current vendor will not do, reduction of off-site medical cost, improved continuity of care, enhanced risk management, the ability to cover all shifts. IMS Correctional Healthcare representatives are obviously here for questions if you have specific questions for them. But that cost difference in that $110,000 could be as little as 10 to 15 send-outs that wouldn't normally be sent out with IMS. So that's what we're projecting. I have the Director of Clinical Nursing, Tammy Wilmoth, here, Medical Director, Dr. Kenny Webster, and Liaison, Brad Riley. So that's our hope. I hope you guys understood, like it was trying to say in one side of my mouth that we saved $100,000 that we want to give back to the county, and the same asking for the same in increase. I still think from what we've seen and the trends we've seen, by having a better service initially, which cost $100,000 more, it will save in the long run of having that $1 million bill that we had to come to and ask for last year. I did include in you guys' packet, I sent it for transparency, the 2 quotes, how they're different. IMS they were good enough, they came and they didn't try to upsell us. We were at 8.5, and now we're asking to we went to 12.7, and these guys, they recommended us stay at the 12.7, that they felt like they could cover it at the thing instead of going to an 18.7 or a 24.7. So they were upfront with us on that. Our 2 quotes. And the conclusion, the Sheriff's Office, we're committed to ensuring the health and safety of all inmates. To know that any remaining funds not utilizing this line due to overprojecting or return to county funds, these funds, just for the public, never get used for any other items. Understand the Sheriff's Office is committed and will continue due diligence with county funds, and are currently and have been aggressively seeking various methods and policies to find cost savings in every area as seen in the implemented previous policies with health plan freedom. And again, we need and requesting the county's board of support to approve the change of vendor from Southern Health Partners to IMS Correctional for the 2026-2027 budget. And now, we can open up any questions on this.
Can you go over the benefits one more time? Because it's 100 close to $100,000 difference. Could you just go over the benefits one more time?
Yes.
I mean, cover all the shifts and
Yep.
all that.
So it's on the slide. IMS guarantees them not missing any shifts. They also we having an expanded on-site medical care, doing small things like stitching up things or looking at bites and doing different things that the inmates may have that currently they are sent out to the ER for. They feel like there's a lot of them that they can cover there on site. So think of it like this: if it's on site, it's in the contract cost. As soon as they leave our facility, we get a bill. If that makes sense. Improve continuity care, and again, enhance risk management.
What is the level of training of the person that's on site providing this medical care?
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry, do you mind
Sorry.
if I come
No,
up?
absolutely.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time, I'm sorry?
What is the level of training of the person that's providing the medical care in-house?
Okay, so meaning our nursing staff so we have a nursing staff that will be on site, throughout the contract times. Our medical providers, they're available 24/7 to, if they have a laceration, they can quickly, come up whenever and suture that wound. So you've got RNs on site, and I'm not sure.
We have nurse practitioners and
Yes.
PA will be one assigned here. And I'm the physician for the state, but I also go to jails every week.
Sir, could you come up to the mic so the people
Go ahead.
listening?
Sorry, Dr. Webster.
For example, procedures cost a ton when you go to the hospital. If you have a laceration to a finger, you get billed for a digital block, and that usually pays more than the repair itself. So what looks like a minor problem, like what could it cost? A couple $100 ends up costing $3,000 or $4,000 by the time you get the bill, and those things happen all the time. It's not just talk. All of our sheriffs will tell you that we actually do go to the jails and do these procedures. It's bought and paid for. That's the difference in IMS and all of our competitors. For instance, not this Christmas, but Christmas before, I was in Onslow County Jail sewing up an inmate, his eyebrow because of a fight. That's what we do. That's what our people are expected to do, and they absolutely will do. And we'd have somebody assigned here that's no more than an hour away. We have 4 already in the state, and we if we don't have one that's close enough to have 4 or 5 or 6 jails that they cover, then we'll hire another one for here if we are lucky enough to get the contract. Also, our prescription cost for a 100 inmate jail, which is what your average daily census is $3,000 for our jails using our pharmacy, because every time a person is brought in and we review their medications, any of the expensive medications that are the ones you see on TV in the morning, while you're drinking your coffee, they are, sometimes several $1,000s a month. There's a $40 or $50 or $60 alternative that it's a generic now. And so our nurses call us or text us with a list of medications, and then we find cheaper alternatives. And our average cost is $3,000. Right now you're paying $7,000. So that's half of the $100,000 right there, just in pharmacy costs, without any change in the quality of the care people are receiving.
How many counties are you serving
26.
in North Carolina?
And we're only in North Carolina, but I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, that's fine. And I couldn't really, it was kind of distorted. I was trying to follow the information you all had sent to our sheriff's department. But I do know the high costs when it comes to inmates when there are mental health challenges going on, as well as those coming off of substances, and they're there. So I was trying to read what you all had, services you all had available to those inmates, because I know from previous career how expensive mental health and substance treatment can be if you don't have any type of medical coverages.
Right. Well, it's funny. If you go to a local hospital with a problem with depression, suicidal thoughts, etc., it's very difficult to access psychiatric care. Maybe there for 24 hours or longer, waiting on your turn to do a telehealth visit. Mm-hmm. The service that we use, and I say we use, they're not part of IMS, but we include them in our contract, but it's a complete pass-through. We don't take $1 in their billing, but we do their billing for them, It's correctional behavioral health, and it's Dr. Darren Coy and his associates. They cover all of our jails. They're the best we've ever seen. To give you an example of how good they are, and I'll use a county. Maybe I shouldn't, since this is a televised visit, but one of our counties had a Booze It or Lose It campaign on a Friday night, and they had 22 people that were picked up. They had more people, it was a large jail, than they had special watch cells, and so on Saturday, they had people running out their ears. They called Dr. Coy. Dr. Coy drove from Durham to that jail, which was about an hour-and-a-half drive, and he ran a clinic that afternoon and cleared people off suicide watch and off special watch so they could go to the general population. That's the service that he offers. That's the service that's embedded in our contract. Never seen anything like it. I promise you, if I took my phone and called him right now, he'll answer the phone, and that's the way we all are. Even when I cover our whole state as a medical director. When I'm in my grass, my wife holds my phone. We all ring on one ring. Answer on one ring. That's what IMS is, and that's why we're growing as quickly as we are. And we have an absolute commitment never to let our service excellence fall off, no matter what it takes.
So where are you based? What's the radius? What would the response time be if there was a call for?
Oh, I'm sorry. We try to keep it down for drive time because all of our providers go in every jail they have once a week. They can do charts electronically because all our jails are electronic. But we go in, and the reason it is to talk to our staff, see if what questions or problems they have. We talk to the jail administrators. We talk to the sheriff if available and ask them what do we need to do better than we're doing? What do we need to do that we're not doing yet? We do that every single week, even if there's no one to be seen. And if there are people that are on the list that we've used protocols and this rash isn't getting better, this pain in the joint isn't getting better, you want to take a look at them. And if the nurses want us to, then we run a clinic. Otherwise, we don't. We work off of protocols. So that hour and a half is kind of the upper limit. Sometimes 2 hours. I actually have a jail I respond to or go to once a week. It's my jail, and it's 3 hours away. But it's one jail that's out in the middle where nothing else is around it, and we just haven't found a better way to cover that jail than to have me do it.
Any further questions?
By the way, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but IMS in almost 30 years of service has never had one open shift and has never missed one med-pass. Even whenever the hurricane came through the western states, we couldn't talk to our staff for several days because of all the telecommunications problems. Our nurses were still on the job doing their work and passing the meds, and nobody missed a single shift, even though we lost a jail administrator, for Christ's sake, who got washed away in the floodwater. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what is the desire of the board?
Well, I want to thank you for all the things you're always looking at to try to improve it. I'll say this is something that the Association of County Commissioners and NACO are looking at how to improve across the state and the country. And, you know, I go back to what you had in your slide of increased jail stays equals increased medical costs. And you said you have 6 law enforcement organizations that bring inmates into the jail, so there's only so much you can internally control about how inmates get brought in and processed. And I'm not gonna ask you to comment on this because you work for an elected official and we're elected officials, but I just wanna point out there's another group that never seems to really get scrutinized for this, and that's the court system, for moving inmates through that. But I just, only comments I wanted to make.
Okay.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
All right. Would any commissioner like to entertain a motion to approve a change in vendors from the Person County Detention Facility Medical Care from Southern Health Partners to IMS Correctional Health Care, and confirm the board's commitment to increase funding for jail medical in fiscal year 27 to cover the cost of the new contract?
So moved.
We have a motion. Any further discussion? Having heard none, all in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Motion's been approved. The chair takes a 5-minute recess. Go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Next item, item 9E, fiscal year 2027 to 2031 recommended capital improvement plan. County Manager.
Good morning, Commissioners. At your last meeting on April the 6th, I presented the recommended CIP for fiscal years 27 through 31. As you'll recall, this is a plan that is to be approved for funding in year one. With the board's approval today, which is the request to adopt this plan, you would be indicating your plan to fund this in the upcoming budget for year one only. The remainder of the plan is just what we're saying is a plan. It charts out the needs over the subsequent 4 fiscal years, but you would be funding only year one with the adoption of the fiscal year 27 operating budget in June. So you've had a couple of weeks to digest the plan that was presented, and both me and our Chief Financial Officer, Tracy Clayton, are here this morning to answer any questions you have and engage in discussion with the board around the projects that are included, which include county projects, projects for Person County Schools, and Piedmont Community College. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, comments for the County Manager?
Do we have to approve a CIP before we actually get into the budget numbers? I just have a concern about committing to spending money and we haven't gotten into the remainder of the budget.
So we have it set up in this way for you, and that's a very valid point that you're making there. So typically, we have set up this process to where we can find out what the board would like to see in the CIP so that we can make sure that we've included an adequate amount of funding in the recommended budget when that comes to you in May. So that helps us formulate the entire budget proposal in and of itself. Again, you are not committed completely to funding this plan until you adopt the budget. So I don't know, Tracy, would you like to add anything to that? I mean, there is still some flexibility for making changes, and it's a dynamic plan that can be changed throughout the year as well.
I agree with County Manager. We do this in a step-by-step process so that we get an idea of what the board wants to do with the CIP so that we can fold that into the adopted budget and then give you a well-planned-out adopted budget. If we try to do this all at one time, it is going to take a lot more of your time and dedication to this. But if you see in there, I have your general fund contribution built in, so you know how much will be coming out of our whole budget with this budget.
Well, there's nothing in there for a industrial park. There's no money allocated for an industrial park to expand our tax base, which would help alleviate lowering the tax rate.
Right, there is not in the CIP money for property acquisition. We do have funding available in the Economic Catalyst Fund, both budgeted funds as well as a fund balance, which the board may choose to use towards land acquisition in the future, but that has not been built in as a specific project in the CIP.
And I don't think any CIP has ever included land acquisition that I can recall. I think it was more around capital related expenditures, not land acquisition.
Well, most recently, we did include some funding in the CIP for the acquisition of the right-of-way along the trail system. That has been a project in the CIP for a few years. But as far as the actual a land purchase for the purposes like you're describing of an industrial park or other purchases that the county has made over the years, I cannot recall that being built into the CIP previously, but I don't know for sure if it ever was.
I agree with Commissioner Long about, still having a long way to go to get the budget to a place where we're not having to look at a big increase. And I would be reticent to approve anything that was new or would require additional ongoing costs or staff support.
I can tell you that it is it policy? It is the custom of the board to set a $3.2 million limit on CIP, and we have stayed under that. That is what we built comfortably into what we can fund through the general fund with the adopted budget, and we've stayed well under that this time. And again, just as the manager said, you are not obligated. You are voting this budget as a placeholder moving forward into the adopted budget. If during the adopted budget you decide you want to change things inside the CIP, we can do that as well. It is not a formal commitment until you adopt the entire budget in June. But it is very difficult to form a balanced budget if we don't have an idea of what this piece is going to be.
Questions? Comments? If you held off from approving the CIP, typically we haven't waited till the budget, but the CIP would have to be approved once the budget ordinance has been approved by this board.
It would need to be approved at the same time or before.
Yeah.
What I would need the board to understand is there's a lot of moving pieces with the CIP and how it folds into the adopted budget. And when we do our work sessions and I put the calculator up on the screen, this would not be something, if you were making changes inside the CIP, that I'd be able to give you in real time. I'd have to take your recommendations, go back, form that budget, bring it back to you, give it to you, and show you how it applies to the adopted budget, which would mean additional work sessions, because I could not in real time put that budget together and the adopted budget changes.
Is there a certain project that you don't necessarily agree with? Because I mean, most of the stuff is just like almost mandatory to just keep everything flowing. There's something you don't necessarily agree with that you want taken out of the CIP.
No, not in
It's holding you
particular.
back, or you just don't want to. Because you look at most of this stuff, it's just mandatory stuff just to keep the business flowing.
Well, there's several
88.
things that are, in particular with Parks and Rec, that are kind of introducing new things. And we are already, we have Centennial Park, we have the rail trail.
Well, if the board wants to table this, and as we move into the budget session, we certainly have the right to, but just keep in mind that the finance director is correct that this needs to be approved before we approve the budget ordinance on that. So we can push this back as we get closer to the doing our budget budget work sessions, have continued discussion, but just want to remind the board is not obligated for all of these projects. This is pretty much as recommended, suggested. It's a fluid document.
It is.
It is very fluid, but from what I'm hearing, that there are some members of this board who aren't comfortable with approving it today. So I will recommend tabling this for a future discussion as we move closer to through the budget process, if that makes more members of this board comfortable. Does that satisfy the request of the board members in question?
You can also adjust this budget if you like now. If you want to take something out, we can take it out, and then I can come back to you with a revised budget.
I think I would like to hear from John about his priorities and how critical some of these things are.
John did put everything, he had quite a few projects, he put everything in priority order.
Yes, and with Parks and Rec specifically, there are 3 projects, one being the ADA accessible playground update. So we have embarked over a number of years to replace playgrounds at our various parks throughout the county. As the playgrounds are aging, we are installing, as you can see across the street at Huck Sansbury, the ADA accessible playground structures. So this does include the next round of replacements as being funded for next year, as well as a year-to-year effort to replace the light poles and lights themselves with more energy efficient lighting, which addresses safety, utility, usage at our athletic fields throughout the county as well. So this is a cycle of replacements that's also funded. So those 2 projects were high priority items for Parks and Rec. Another one was resurfacing of the tennis courts at Huck Sansbury. And we did push that particular project out, but have included funding in operating expenses to do, short-term repairs on those courts in light of addressing the full resurfacing project. So the other item in here is the public splash pad, and that has been included due to years of discussing this particular project, and as we've shown in previous years, responses that we've received consistently through community surveys for Parks and Recreation have indicated a desire in the community for some type of water recreation. So the splash pad has been included in the plan. It is not currently funded with any general fund contributions in the upcoming year, but there is a spot because we have heard from community groups who are interested in making donations to fund the splash pad, and we have proposed that if we were able to get an adequate number or amount of donations from the community, that we could then apply for grant funding through the county to match the community donations. So those are the 3 parks projects that are currently included in the next year of the CIP.
I just
No,
feel like, you go ahead.
To highlight that again, for over 20 years, and it just seems like, we have other things that we know we need to have done within Parks and Rec and the other departments and agencies across this county, but for over 20 years, and it's $275,000. And again, as Manager Kathy has stated, it's, the community has been asked to the point where you have organizations willing to make this happen. And I personally don't want this board to appear like, okay, we know what, and we all have said we know we want to do what the community wants, we want to support the community, but at this point you have a community who's willing to help pay for this, and I understand that it would be some upkeep, but over 20, 30, 40, I'm from Roxborough, so I'll say 45 years, something has been requested. And we're at a position where we could be that governing body to answer to our community. So I just want us to keep that in mind as a board. And I am safe to say 45 years, because I'm from here. I always lived here, and I'm 50. Of folk, the community asking, and it's. The ask is getting greater, and when you have a community willing to support this project, I just hope that this governing board be the board that, okay, we understand and we're going to do this and help, answer to our community with this. But I understand that we're not making our decision right now, but I just want us to keep that in mind.
I think that, where we are is unique and not unique. With what the General Assembly is talking about, with capping tax levies based on local decisions, we have people asking for more amenities and at the same time saying we can't afford to pay our taxes. So we're up here with the tough decision of saying, how do we balance the two? And I think it's just a critical year of, I mean, we've gotta find 10 cents for the budget that's been presented to us so far. And so that, I think we're gonna come down to, where can we find money here, where can we find money there, and that's where I'm just not ready yet to say, let's have the nice to haves when we have so many have to haves. And I know we can change it, again later, and I think, you know, that may be necessary, and that's why we need this focus on economic development. We need this investment from, Microsoft to come through. That's where we can get, more tax revenue to fund more of the things that the community wants. But until that comes through, it's a tough year.
It is, and I understand too, is you have our people who are paying taxes asking, you know, what are we using it for, because they don't see the tangible things out in the community. We get it, but it's the people who voted for us who are asking on whatever, how do they say it, both sides of the aisle. They're asking like, okay, we are paying taxes, our taxes, you know, it increased, but where am I seeing my taxes being spent? Like I said, we get it, but general public may not. And just so that they could see, and you know, I was talking about the splash pad, but some other things here, because I agree there are a lot of things on here that we need to take care of, but I just want to make sure we're not losing focus too on taking care of Person County, taking care of our people. And you're on the calls with the state and NACO, and when you're looking at economic development, and what I've learned in the summits as well, is you have industry wanting to come to places where they see that we are taking care of our people as well. And I just want to make sure that when we are going through the budget, that we are keeping those things in mind as we're doing that. So.
Understood, and I think it's a messaging issue for us too. I've heard people say, I don't have kids in school, so I don't care about the tax money going to schools. It's not about that, it's about having an educated community being a better community. And so people take a lot of things for granted that we still have to pay for, and that, you know, inflation still hits. And again, I mean, it's not something we're gonna work out today to decide how to balance that, but that's just the conundrum that we are in as elected officials.
Yeah, my concern was not about any particular project. It didn't have anything to do with the splash pad. It just has to do with the numbers. You gotta figure out what you've got to work with. And kind of approving this up front, you're gonna I mean, we're just in a unique situation about everything that's going on in the General Assembly. And I understand people's concern about the tax rate. I'm paying taxes too. But I also understand we got the economic development report that said we had 107 projects, and 103 of them, I believe the numbers were, that were immediately discounted because we didn't have an industrial park, or we didn't have access to interstate here in our county, which there's nothing that we can do. But right off the bat, I mean, having an industrial park that's ready, that has utilities in it, where somebody can come in tomorrow, that's already zoned, is very important. Be able to expand our tax base and reduce our tax rate. So that was my question. It doesn't have anything to do with a particular project.
Agreed.
So do I hear a motion to table this for further discussion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. All in favor, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. CIP plan has been tabled for future discussion at a meeting to be determined.
And I will note, for the purposes of continuing to work on the budget, we will use this number as our plug figure, what has been provided to you all, in the absence of getting other, specifics from the board in terms of feedback of what you'd like to see. So we will keep this on the agenda, coming back for discussion as we continue to work through the budget process.
All All right, next item, item 9E, economic development organizational structure, county manager.
Okay, I am bringing this item back to the board for discussion. Over the course of several months, dating back to August, the board has had discussion around the organizational structure for the economic development function for the county. And there have been some changes made to the EDC bylaws. I have attached the current version in your agenda packet for reference. We currently have a vacancy with the Economic Development Director position. And there were several questions that I wanted to come back to the board to seek discussion and guidance before moving forward with recruitment to fill that position. There has been some discussion about whether this function would continue to remain a county department versus becoming EDC becoming a public authority, an organization separate from the county to carry out economic development, or either some other form of private economic development entity that would become responsible for hiring its own staff. So that first question there is to find out, because I think it is important before we proceed with recruitment, to establish whether or not this will continue to be a county department. And if the board desires to continue to look at other options, I would like to get some feedback about what that will look like and what information that y'all would need to continue evaluating the other options. Within the bylaws, the amended bylaws state that the EDC serves as the appointing and hiring authority for positions with the Economic Development Department. We have had some discussion around whether that continues to be the case. The other part within the bylaws states that the executive director shall function directly under the overall supervision of the executive board, excluding the Person County Board of Commissioners chairman appointee. All orders and directives to the commission staff shall be from the chairman to the executive director. With that being said, under the county's personnel policy, under state general statutes, the county manager has certain statutory duties for hiring and firing authority for county employees. So with the EDC serving as the appointing authority under the amended bylaws, I have continued to be responsible for performance management, conducting performance assessments, and taking any disciplinary action if needed. So I would like clarification from the board if this is the structure that you would like to see going forward. It has created some, I would say, uncertainties and inefficiencies in trying to maintain communication with the executive committee and the full EDC when it comes to day-to-day direction, and then the county manager still being responsible for performance management and so many other aspects of what the department is doing. I would ask that the board consider that we go back to the way the original bylaws were set up, where it's clear that the county manager has the authority for hiring and firing performance management for the economic development director and staff, and that the EDC still has a role in providing recommendations and performance feedback to the county manager, but direction is provided by the county manager. Again, I do know that a focus of the Board of Commissioners has been to improve the working relationship between the department staff, the county, and the EDC. So that has certainly been a focus and will continue to be a focus going forward in terms of having good communication and involvement from that volunteer advisory board with the departmental operations. And then with the what's been stated above, if those continue to be provisions within the EDC bylaws, then I would like to have some discussion about who has the authority to appoint an interim economic development director if we are to move forward with recruitment because as far as the way the bylaws are worded now, the EDC has that appointment authority based upon the current wording. So those were all some questions that I wanted to make sure the board had some time to evaluate and discuss and provide direction before we do proceed with this, filling this particular vacancy. So I appreciate your taking the time to do that.
So ideally, I would still like to see it move more towards private, to where private sector investment and engagement could take place. I've shared a salary survey with the manager that was done for 2024, and the average salary for the director position was $132,235. There's a job posting right now for Danville, which is, of course, under an hour from here, and that hiring range is $128,198 to $185,000, and the full range starts at $128 and goes up to $256,397. So here, presumably, it would be posted at $87,283 to $111,843, and then the full would be up to $136,405. So that caps out at just over what the average is for the state, and that was from 2024. But with that said, there would need to be a lot of work done to put that in place, to go out and have a plan and ensure members of the private sector wanted to support that. And with a vacancy, we need to move forward, and I don't think we have time for that, but I do think it's something that we should consider to think about and explore, as we have our great needs to bring in more industrial revenue. I wonder if we could still have some kind of hybrid, and I know it's been challenging to do that, but if we could bring the manager into the language for the executive committee as an ex officio who does not vote, so that would not impact a quorum. So we have a commissioner representative and the manager who'd be on the executive committee, but without the manager having to vote on that, but being an active participant still, because the manager's at the meetings anyway. And then change the chairman roles to be the executive committee roles, where the manager would always be involved in providing direction for the director. And even to the question about, wanting to have a volunteer board have those kind of responsibilities, perhaps introducing compensation for the executive committee other than the commissioner rep and the manager. So that's just some ways I've looked at how to make sure the EDC stays engaged and involved. So right now, can the whole EDC have a closed session for personnel, or can only the executive committee have a closed session for personnel?
Give you a long-winded answer. So any public body can meet in closed session for any of those permissible reasons. So I think the entire EDC could call a personnel closed session. I know the way it's been functioning to date, it's really been just the executive committee. And I think that is as much matters of efficiency and trying to respond quickly with matters as anything else. So there's not a legal barrier, but it may be that this board decides that that's not a wise sort of standard practice for the full EDC.
And one more question for you. If the recruitment process begins relatively quickly, do you feel that we need an interim? Or is the way it's going right now?
It has been, I think it's been going fine with, Brian and Bree have taken up the bulk of the workload. They're working very well together, and fulfilling the needs of the department. And then I have been also pitching in, where necessary. So as far as whether or not, if we are going to move forward with recruitment, it may not be necessary, and we have in the past, not designated an interim in the meantime, and I have just filled in as needed, and we've kept things going. So it's not completely necessary if it is something that we're moving forward with. I just would not want there to be an extended period of time without a designated interim director or director in place.
So I guess my question is, in one hand, you have, do you want to go back to the original way it was before we made the change? And revert back to EDC being advisory and the county manager is solely involved with the hiring of the director with input from EDC? Or do we keep what we have in place with the EDC members making a decision? But my question is, if EDC makes a decision under the current process, the hire would have county benefits? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess, and what the county manager is essentially saying, before she can move forward to recruiting a new director, is she gonna be one hiring, or is it gonna be the EDC executive board performing the hire?
I think we made the change originally for a reason.
Okay.
That was unanimous, right? I think the way it is right now, it shouldn't be left that way, because there's too much up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll get back to what I suggested of having it be the officers of the EDC and the manager and the commissioner appointee as the executive committee. The bylaws say the commissioner will not have supervisory authority, and the manager will have input but not a vote on that, but she'll be privy to every kind of direction that's given, and have input in it. It's more of a collaborative effort.
With
Is that a motion?
I mean, I just think there still needs to be discussion. That's the first time the manager's hearing that. I like her feedback.
I think, I understand what you're proposing. I think that there is still, with the way the general statutes are worded in terms of the statutory authority for hiring and firing for the county manager, I think that there is still some uncertainty around that. I think there would need to be very clear communication channels in terms of sharing information if day-to-day direction is coming from the chairman to the executive director.
That part
Then-
would change from the executive committee. That's what I'm proposing. From the executive committee to the director, and I would add in writing, and that would include you.
Okay. I feel that would be a bit unwieldy with multiple people being involved in giving day-to-day direction to the director, and that's part of the reason why the proposed bylaws were that the direction was to come from the chairman in order to reduce some of the, just to have the direct line of communication from one designated individual when it came to day-to-day. So I think there could be some difficulty in navigating day-to-day direction from multiple members of a board, because then it's just individuals rather than a collective board giving direction, because a collective board is not able to meet on a routine basis to be able to come up with a direction for day-to-day. So I do see I do have some words of caution about that particular setup.
So when it will come down to personnel issues or concerns, I don't want to say issues, concerns, would that still be you? Because but I'm thinking of a clearer path so everyone would know their role in making sure, the lines aren't blurred in any way. So if there were personnel concerns to come up, you would be the person still who would have to handle those situations. It would all fall back on you anyway.
And if we go back to the way it was, the manager would be exclusively doing the hiring for the new director. There would not be a mechanism for the EDC to have a role in that.
Well, in the last recruitment period, when we hired most recently for Economic Development Director, and this was pre-bylaws change, the EDC had a role in making recommendations through that process. So EDC members were involved in 2 interview panels, which were structured to vet the candidates in that process. So in that manner, the EDC was involved in assessing candidates and providing feedback in that process.
How many EDC members?
I do not remember. It's been a few years of everybody that was on the panel. I can remember 2 specifically, plus other economic development associated individuals from the community were involved on the panel. So individuals who have previously served on the EDC in the past were involved in the panel. So we were avoiding a quorum being present on either one of the panels, but I don't recall specifically the composition of the panels. But they were open to EDC involvement. And in fact, those other individuals were recommended by the EDC chair to serve on the panels.
All right, so I'm gonna speed up this process a little bit here. I'm just gonna go down the line and call on each commissioner. And the question is, do you prefer the old way or the current way with the vice chairs recommend changes, bringing in the county manager as an ex officio, keeping in mind that the EDC executive board would be the hiring authority for the new director. And I'm starting off with the vice chair.
I'm looking at the 4 questions. And, we unanimously put in place what we have right now, and it was new. And when it was put into practice, we found ways that it needed to be smoothed out. And I'm trying to suggest a way that still my fear is that it'll go back to like it was, and the EDC will, have no purpose. And so I think hearing the cautions from the manager and knowing that what I saw play out with the other, I will withdraw those suggestions, and I will say, we should go back to the way it was, and I would hope that this board would be attentive, that the EDC would provide feedback if they were not being included, and that we would, through our oversight of the county manager.
Hold her accountable.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas.
She just withdrew, then.
It wasn't a motion,
It
it was a
wasn't a motion,
suggestion.
we're just asking an opinion. Do you wanna go back to the old way or keep it the same?
Yeah. After hearing what this guy just said, I'll go back to the old way.
Commissioner Royster,
Old way.
Commissioner Long,
New way.
new way, all right?
What do you mean by new way?
Exactly what you said, the EDC ask executive committee to be in charge of hiring.
And add Catherine to that
Yes.
executive committee. Yeah, like I said, if there can be some kind of hybrid, but what I'm hearing already is the manager saying, well, I don't know what to do. And so that's all it takes to make that not work.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion? Okay, I'll make the motion for it to go back the old way. Because I think it's more clearer, but understanding with the county manager, emphasizing the importance of EDC being involved with the process. And that know that the county, the board will be actively looking at the county manager to ensure that EDC is fully involved with this process. Is that understood?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Go ahead, I think we're gonna say the same thing.
I don't know that we are, so, do you mind?
I was just gonna say, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, would you like us to bring back revised EDC bylaws for your next meeting?
Yes, please.
That was part of what I was going to say. And also, over the next 2 weeks, we will conduct a salary survey to determine if the position classification and salary range should be updated according to our current market, and prepare a job posting and I will put together a recruitment plan which will involve the EDC in the process for selecting the next economic development director.
Okay. All right, next item, item 9G, process for amending the planning ordinance. County manager.
Yes, so in your agenda packet, I have outlined the provisions within the Person County Planning Ordinance for making amendments, whether that be to the zoning map or text amendments to the ordinance. You did go through a process this morning of amending the ordinance. This was requested as a discussion by a commissioner to review this process, to be able to provide feedback to staff on the way the process is currently structured, what may be working or not working, and allow the opportunity for the Board of Commissioners to provide input, for us to ask any question or answer any questions at the staff level, and receive feedback on how you would like to see this process implemented as we move forward. But just as a quick summary, and I have included the full text from the planning ordinance, but the agenda abstract itself just gives you a brief summary. Within the planning ordinance 153-2 is initiation of an amendment. It says proposed changes or amendments can be initiated by the Board of Commissioners, Planning Board, Board of Adjustment, or one or more owners, optionees, or lessees of property. The next, and you may see there that their staff is not included in one of those bullets. But our practice has been that amendments have been staff initiated as needed. 160D does cite that is a responsibility for planning director, and in 153-3, I believe it is implicit that staff is included because there is a provision there related to submission of petitions. And it talks about the fee to defray the cost, and it says unless initiated by the Board of Commissioners, Planning Board, Board of Adjustment, or staff. So staff is included in that particular provision as initiating, and it may be just it was omitted from the earlier section at some point in time. 153-4 provides the process for planning board reviews. So once the application has been completed within the planning department, the zoning administrator, who is our planning director, schedules a public hearing for the planning board. There are specific notice requirements for that public hearing. And then the planning board reviews the proposed changes, advise and comments on whether the action is consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, and provides a written recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. And that written recommendation comes to you in the form of a staff report that captures the planning board's feedback and decision when that item ultimately comes to the Board of Commissioners for a public hearing. So the zoning administrator or planning director schedules that public hearing. We typically strive to hold public hearings for our night meetings so that they are more accessible to the public. So the planning board meeting is in the evening, and we would typically schedule these public hearings unless it's absolutely necessary to do otherwise, for the Board of Commissioners' first meeting of the month, in order to have them after the public's working hours. And the planning board provides their written recommendation to the Board of Commissioners within 30 days. So generally, if a planning board meeting is held mid-month, then that recommendation can come to the Board of Commissioners by their next nightly meeting at the beginning of the following month. If no written report is received from the planning board within 30 days, the commissioners may proceed in its consideration of the amendment without the planning board report. And in all cases, the Board of Commissioners is not bound by the recommendation of the planning board, which is an advisory board. So that is a brief summary of the process as it is laid out in the planning ordinance. And I will be happy, as well as Nish Trivedi, our planning director, is here to discuss the current process and how these provisions have been implemented and what the board's expectations are going forward.
Okay, I'm the commissioner who requested this item because a development-friendly ordinance and a smooth process is tantamount to economic development efforts. I tend to think that this ordinance leaves out staff-initiated amendments intentionally. I know it is in there to mention that staff can bring it forward, but that could mean at the request of the commissioners or the planning board. Regardless, I would like to see it practiced that text amendments are only brought forward at the request of the Board of Commissioners, the planning board, or applicants, citizens who have issues that they would like to see a change so that they can develop their property. And I have spoken to the chair of the planning board, and she even said that she would like to see it just be from the commissioners or citizens. So there have been two text amendments, that at least two presented, that came from the planning staff. They were voted on by the planning board, and they've never been brought to us. That was about buffers and landscaping and the technical review committee. So I would also like to add language that once something is presented to the planning board and they voted on it, that it comes to us at our next appropriate meeting within the next month, and that it can only be delayed at our request if we have a heavy agenda or for some other reason see fit to do that.
Well, I'm in agreement with you on that, because I don't believe there has to be, if there's gonna be an amendment or any change, it needs to come from a requested resident and not from a staff member. I don't feel that planning staff should have the authority to just say, hey, look, I want to change this, when there's been no one requesting to make the change. So I think staff needs to, that needs to be prohibited unless there's a change that this board, this body recognizes needs to be changed, or becomes from an application requesting a change. Not because I've talked to several members of the planning board and someone who's been on that planning board before, and they feel it's not their duty just to change things for the sake of changing them. There's gotta be a reason for that. So I think that I agree in principle with, Vice Chair Weber on that staff should be, should be prohibited to just bring something to the planning board and have it amended. If they feel something needs to be addressed, they come here. We're the ones who make the changes, requesting the changes on that, but they do not go to the planning board and request the changes themselves.
Right, and I think that's an important point, that if they see something that people are having a problem, they're applying for things, and the ordinance doesn't allow it, to either encourage the applicants to request a change, or to come through the manager to us and say, hey, we're seeing some people asking for these things, and we don't allow it in our ordinance, and then we can decide to include that, but, right, that process shouldn't go, without our awareness. And then there's another new practice that has been implemented where the items are brought to the planning board for review in 1 month, and then they are brought back in the next month for a vote. So what I have seen and observing that is it'll come to the planning board for discussion. They'll discuss it, and then twice this year so far, the vote wasn't noticed properly. So it got canceled or postponed. And then there was a vote. And the planning board, we recognize volunteers earlier for what they do. It's made of volunteers, and we don't always have the same participation from the planning board. We might have a member or two absent, and the next time they're present and they weren't there for the first discussion. So it either gets discussed twice and the discussion may change, or if some citizen is trying to follow that item, they've got to come to the meeting to hear it, discuss the first time, and they've got to come back at least another time to hear it voted on. And they may have to come back 3 times if there's any issue with the process and it doesn't get noticed properly. So I would like for the practice to be that it's presented once to the planning board for review, discussion, and vote, and then come to us.
I've got a question on 153-2. Proposed changes or amendments may be initiated by the Board of Commissioners, the Planning Board, the Board of Adjustment, or by one or more owners, optionees, or leasees of property within the area proposed to be changed. Those are the only folks that can ask for a change. Is that correct, the way it reads?
That is the way that section reads. As I said previously, because staff was included in the subsequent section and referenced when it refers to fees, that has been taken as staff also had the ability to initiate amendments that were identified as proposals to improve the process.
So if staff is eliminated from that one, when you get down to the next one, 153-3, submission of petitions. The petitions to amend the ordinance or the zone amount shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department for review according to the adopted Planning Board and Board of Commissioners yearly schedule. Each petition, unless initiated by the Board of Commissioners, Planning Board, Board of Adjustment, or staff. Why is or staff included in that if the staff can't initiate a change?
Right, so there is some discrepancy between those two sections.
Okay, and then it says shall be accompanied by a fee to defray the cost of advertising. So where are we going to come to set that fee? I don't want that fee to be something to make somebody not want to petition a change and to be excessive.
So the fee is established annually during the budget process. So the fee is in the fee schedule, which is part of the annual budget ordinance.
So we're going to strike or staff out of 153-3? Would that be
That would
taken
make
out?
it clear, yes.
Okay.
I mean,
And
we
if
would
we-
have to bring that back as part of a text amendment in the future.
Okay, so if we do that, where does that leave the ones that have already been proposed by staff that haven't made it to us?
I would say that if they're truly initiated by staff, so they were initiated by you or by an applicant, then I think you as a board have discretion whether you wish to have them continuing through the process, or if you wish to say, we'd like to summarily reject those. I don't think that you're required to have the full process for this, those staff text amendments, if that's not what the Board of Commissioners wants to do.
So do you want to outright reject those and say because they were not submitted through the county manager to us for us to request those, and let it be known that we have that to discontinue those requests, and they're null and void, and any of those requests have been it's just been eliminated.
That's right. I think the board can do that. You know, I think it's a little different when, say, a citizen proposes a text amendment or a rezoning, but these have been initiated by staff.
Yeah.
The language proposed by the chairman would be appropriate if that's what the board wishes to do.
Staff can certainly withdraw those applications from the process if that's what the board desires.
Okay, is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes, and I will say on the TRC, it was said in the meeting that if it's not in the ordinance, there's been some large projects that have requested this larger, basically pre-app meeting type thing. And it was said if it's not in the ordinance, we won't offer it. So I don't understand why that would need to be, and absolutely those kinds of things should be accommodated and even suggested if they're necessary.
Yeah, we'll offer it. It may not be exactly as was spelled out in the ordinance proposal, but that type of pre-review meeting will be offered
Okay.
with staff support.
So you're going to bring us back text with with what has been suggested, eliminating the certain.
Yes,
wording.
and for now, we won't, we'll overlook that reference to or staff, and likely would not, I don't think it would, I personally do not think it would make sense to bring forth an amendment just to strike those two words, but we could certainly incorporate that into the next amendment that needs to,
I think it is
come
important.
forward.
Yeah, it is important, and we've got one for the roads
Yep.
that TC is.
Yeah,
really working
so we can
Yes, ma'am.
bundle those together and have those noticed at the same, advertised at the same time.
Okay.
Just trying to avoid that
All right.
process.
All right, do we need a formal motion to instruct staff to no longer proceed with those amendments that were?
I mean, you could do a formal motion. I think the board could also just provide guidance by consensus to ask staff to withdraw those text amendments, and also to ask staff to combine with the private roads policy language, removing the reference to staff in 153-3.
Yes.
Okay. Would any commissioner care to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, we have the motion. Madam Clerk, do you understand the motion?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any further discussion? Having here none, all in favor, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion's been approved. Okay, item number 9H, fiscal year 27 budget preview, county manager.
Okay. I provided copies of slides at your seats, and because we are in a stage of this process where numbers are continually moving, Tracy and I were working on numbers up until Friday afternoon, so that's why I did not include the presentation in your agenda packet. I put that together over the weekend. And the caveat is the information being presented this morning, again, is for discussion purposes. The manager's recommended budget will not be presented until May 18th. So numbers will continue to move to a certain extent, and this is an opportunity for the board to provide your feedback. Our goal is to not move numbers after this Friday, but again, because we have to put together the recommended document, but it is still a work in progress. And I have been trying to bring this to you at each meeting following the budget retreat when we had time for some discussion, so that you could continue to provide some feedback as a board into the process, because I do want to make a recommended budget proposal to you that effectively addresses the needs of the county and also takes in mind any concerns and priorities that you have as a board of commissioners. So we've gone through a very careful process to evaluate the requests that have come in. Let me get the clicker. and are getting close to having a manager's recommended budget put together. But I did want to revisit this slide, this first slide from the budget retreat, where we highlighted some big ticket items that had been requested. So we always have needs within our county workforce as far as ensuring that we have the right positions in place, an adequate number of employees to provide county services, that we are compensating our employees in terms of pay and benefits, so that they will want to come to work here, so that they will stay here, so that they can provide for their personal needs and the well-being of their families while they are employed here, providing services within Person County. So we always have to evaluate our pay and benefits plans to determine what adjustments would need to be funded in the upcoming year. We did receive 16 new position requests. I will review on a later slide that currently we have 7 of those in the recommended budget. We had initially estimated a 3% cost of living adjustment, and that was back in February. We have 3 measures that feed into that percentage, and our current calculations based on data that was available at the end of March for the CPI puts that just over 3% for that index. So that 3% adjustment is still sound based on the formula that was recommended by our classification and pay consultant who completed our last study. In February, we were looking at an 11% health insurance increase. We have continued to work with our broker to negotiate with Cigna, who's our healthcare provider, to make some slight adjustments to our plan as cost-saving measures. So the increase is now coming in at around 8.8%. So we are proposing that the county fund that increase for the employee portion of our health insurance premiums, and that employees become responsible for paying 8.82, I think, percent more for dependent premiums and their employee portion of the PPO plan. Then public safety pay study. Sonia has been working on completing that study. We do not yet have final recommendations from that, but so far, for the majority of our public safety positions, we are finding that the pay ranges are very competitive with our surrounding markets. So we are anticipating that there may be minimal adjustments, but those have not yet been built into the budget. When it comes to equipment and supplies, we noted that our jail food contract will be going up by just over 9%. We have higher technology requests countywide. We did have a replacement ambulance requested. That's $360,000. That currently is not built into the manager's recommended budget. I have talked with our emergency services director. We are still awaiting on the arrival of one new ambulance, hoping to be able to go ahead and place an order because the delivery time horizon is so long, but just did not find room to include that in the budget as it now stands.
You said 360.
Yes. As far as services, we do have increasing expenses for legal services and medical. You heard the presentation from the sheriff today as far as their expenses. And then security with social services, we're facing increases expenses there and are hoping to address that through the addition of a position in the sheriff's office for next year. With economic development, prioritizing being able to offer recruitment incentives and product development. We are continuing to fund the Economic Catalyst Fund on a continuing basis in the upcoming budget. And then with facilities, increasing maintenance needs and space needs. So some of those are addressed as we reviewed the CIP. Others are deferred into future years. And then with education funding, requests for increases from both Person County Schools and Piedmont Community College, and I'll go into those numbers on another slide. So those were just the big ticket items that were presented to you all. We have found ways to fund many of these, and in other cases, we have identified some other solutions. So we also reviewed this slide at a previous commissioners meeting, putting pennies to work. So in fiscal year 26, we build our budget around we talk about the amount that 1 penny brings into the general fund. And so for the current fiscal year, 1 penny on the tax rate generates $770,420. So at a tax rate of 63 cents, that generates approximately $48.5 million in revenue. For the next fiscal year, because we have had some natural growth in our tax base, the value of our tax base has gone up with growth in our public utilities, as well as homes and industries that have been newly built or newly relocated or expanded within the county. We have seen that tax base grow. So 1 penny will now generate some additional revenue for the county. So the 1 penny projected for fiscal year 27 is valued at $795,188. And so at a 63-cent tax rate, which is our current tax rate, that will generate approximately $1.5 million more than in the current year. So that allows for some natural growth within the overall budget based on the current tax rate. And I just wanted to show you here what the overall budget looks like in the current fiscal year. So the approved budget for all funds, so that's not just the general fund that is funded through the tax rate. All funds also include PI that has additional revenue, social services that has additional, well, they're within the general fund, but PI, fleet, self-funded health insurance plan, stormwater fund, fire tax is funded by a different tax rate. So that makes up the full budget with $108+ million. The general fund itself is $85 million, and again, property tax revenues are bringing in about 48.5. So there has been some discussion about cutting the budget. And I had put this slide up for the purposes of conversation around, does that mean a reduction in the overall budget, including all funds that are not necessarily supported through the tax rate, to the general fund itself, which also has matching revenues come in. So when we cut back on the tax dollars going to certain services, then that may cut back on intergovernmental funds that we're receiving that mirror those or match to a certain percentage those tax dollars. Or are we just talking about property tax revenues or the tax rate itself and cutting back on that? So I had put various percentages and what that would mean in terms of cutting back 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25% on any given component of the budget itself. So I can stop now and ask if there are any questions, or I can keep going and just wait for questions at the end.
So
The
you
board-
have the slide in here that shows the requested.
I have that broken down in some specific, I'll try to encapsulate that, even if it's not the full picture on one slide. There's, again, so many different parts of this that I may not have covered everything in the slides. So I will get to talking about the full requested amount and what that means. Well, I'll go ahead and, okay. So as we were pulling together all of the requests, and this includes CIP as well, our total request for fiscal year 27 exceeded the current tax rate. We would have needed to build in an additional 10.41 pennies to cover about $8.3 million more in request that we were not able to fund at the current tax rate with the other revenues that we were estimating at that time. So again, that was roughly 10 cents on the tax rate above the current rate, so 73 cents could potentially have fully funded all the requests that came our way from county government, school system, and Piedmont Community College. We have gone through the process, again, to put numbers together to balance the budget. I had told you my goal that I was working from was to come back to you all with a budget recommendation at the current tax rate. Because I know the board has strongly indicated a preference for not increasing taxes. I've had varying thoughts on how much to decrease it, if at all. There may be some appetite for trying to accomplish some new things, so balancing that with trade-offs for what's already in the budget. We have put together a recommended budget at this point that, for the most part, maintains what we are currently doing. It builds in a little bit of new, but it does not, again, having to cut back on, millions and millions of dollars on request. It's not meeting the needs identified by the school system or PCC or the county fully. So as I walk through some slides, I will show you what some of the increases are that we're facing. Again, this is not going to paint a complete picture because we're not there yet. Everything is still moving. We're working off spreadsheets in the Munis system. All the numbers are not in Munis yet, so I was a bit challenged in being able to run the reports needed. And we don't typically have these in-depth discussions at the board level at this point in the process, but I just feel like it's important so that we don't have so far to go once the recommended budget gets to you in addressing how we will meet the needs with the tax rate that the board desires to set. So this just goes back to a chart that's included in the current budget. This is fiscal year 26 general fund revenues. Just reiterates that property taxes pay for over half of our general fund budget. And then we have sales tax, which makes up the next highest percentage, intergovernmental revenues, and then charges for service really are the bulk of the budget. So when we look at revenue growth or loss for the upcoming year, I have pulled these numbers together, and again, we're still in the process of refining all of our projections. Some of this may still change. For property taxes, we're looking at generating about $1.8 million more, and this is from both real property and DMV taxes as well. So that's about a 3.7% increase, and that's at the 63-cent tax rate. Local option sales tax, we are projecting some growth in sales tax at this point in time of about 4.7%. Other taxes, that is a loss there in the tourism tax, which goes to the TDA. So that is what the reduction accounts for in $50,000 there. Licenses and permits, very modest growth projected there. Intergovernmental, the significant reduction there actually relates to some of the funding that we had this year through the state grant process for Centennial Park. So there's offsetting expenditure reductions with the loss of those grant funds because we've utilized those in this fiscal year. And then investment earnings, we are looking at higher interest earnings in the upcoming year, so we've built in an additional $300,000 there. Slight increases in charges for services and slight increases in other revenues. And this is not a complete picture of the general fund revenues, but these are the significant ones. So there's a small amount of growth there of just under 3% overall. And then when you look at the way our general funds are allocated in terms of functions, primarily they are going to public safety, human services, and education, with general government taking up the next portion of the pie. And this is just a reminder of how funding is allocated in our current fiscal year 26 budget.
So going back though
Yes.
to the general fund revenues for property taxes, through December, we had increased by 5 million, right? That was what was previously.
Through December, we had
And that was
increased.
in an earlier.
That was at a presentation from the budget retreat. Was that, I don't recall that specific $5 million. Was that collections or valuation? I can pull up the,
I just had
okay.
revenues through December have increased by more than $5 million.
That may have been more of a point in time and timing.
It was a year-over-year
Yeah,
example. When I prepare your slides for the budget retreat, I generally do it year-over-year, so it was July through December of last year over the year before. So yes, that was just a snapshot in time. That doesn't take into account as tax revenues decrease the rest of the year, where we are in that snapshot in time.
Are there any other questions about the revenue slide? Okay. So, general fund operating, this is a chart that I had shared in a previous presentation regarding the request, like the significant increased request. At the time, I did not have the school systems number. So what I've added in is kind of what I'm currently contemplating in the manager's recommended budget. Again, numbers are still moving. That's why there's a little caveat at the bottom, subject to change. The replacement ambulance at $360,000 is not funded in fiscal year 27. We have worked in fully funding the increase for jail medical at $200,000. The school system's request came in at $1.5 million, or about an 11% increase for operations over the current year funding level. So for right now, I've plugged in a 3% increase because that, as I showed you before in terms of revenue growth, is kind of what we're looking for as far as an overall increase in the budget. But that is a significant difference between what the school system requested for needs related to personnel, operating expenses that they're facing that are just increasing year over year, and funding needs that they have. But as far as a number that's plugged in right now, it's 3%. I have had some conversations with Dr. Peterson and have gotten some feedback from him about what that means for the school system, and we may go back and revisit their capital funding request as it relates to operational and see if we can shift some things. And again, that's more the working capital that's below the CIP threshold. I'm not talking about the CIP when I say that. So last year at the first meeting in May, both Dr. Peterson and I think Dr. Browning may have presented on behalf of PCC last year, or it may have been their interim. So would the Board of Commissioners like to have presentations from both the school system and PCC at the next meeting so you can get a better understanding of their request and be able to ask questions? Hmm?
Like 16 million, that's a big ask.
Well, it's $1.5 million over their current funding level. So the increase represents 1.5 million. Yeah. So, so I will talk with both of them about their availability to come to that first meeting in May. So with PCC also, I have plugged in a 3% increase for them as well. We had a big request within general services for completing some special projects. We've identified some funding to complete one or two of those in this fiscal year, and then we are delaying other projects. So currently that budget request is in at an increase of $64,000. We have the mobile community pet care mobile clinic for spay and neuter at the animal shelter. They are doing a trial run of that now, and there is offsetting revenues to predominantly take care of that added expense. And then legal services, fully funding an increase in that line item for unexpected needs that may arise during the year, as well as a new contract with a new fee structure for that item. And then communication center backup, we're not including funding that at this time. Inmate food services is funded for that increase. Upfit the fire marshal, a new vehicle for the fire marshal with lights and truck bed that's been requested or cover. And then maintenance and repair for Parks and Rec, there is an increase there, and that increase primarily covers the resurfacing of the tennis courts, the short-term need there versus the full project. And then radio tower maintenance, we actually have some funding budgeted within general services, so we will continue to use those funds to incrementally maintain those radio towers. So this is just how we worked through some of the requests that came through in cutting back there. When it comes to personnel, this is presented in a slightly different way. I just want to show you that within the general fund, making that 3% adjustment is roughly, for the cost of living adjustment to keep up with market conditions, roughly represents about $1 million increase to the budget. Building in merit pay at a 2.5% average is just under $900,000. Again, these are very rough numbers that I was working with in a spreadsheet at this stage in the process. But these are things that we built into the budget in order to, again, maintain our workforce and the services that we provide. The health insurance increase represents about $540,000 increase. Retirement system, we're mandated by the state to contribute more for all of our employees, slightly more for law enforcement officers, so that represents about a $30,000 increase. And then with new positions, those had come in at about $1.2 million, so funding 7 of the requests results in about a $605,000 increase. So total personnel expenses are increasing about 7.5% in the area of $3 million in the upcoming budget as it's currently structured.
All right, I think I misunderstood about
Okay.
the 8.82% increase for the health insurance. What's that coming from again?
So, to provide our current level of benefits to employees, the rate increase, so we are a self-funded health plan. So we do contract with a third-party administrator, which is Cigna, to administer our health insurance. We pay the cost of claims. So our rates are driven by the cost of the claims that we as a county are actually incurring for our employees and our retirees. And so our original estimate back in February was an 11% increase. And just to provide you with some context that we received, the average health insurance increases for the Affordable Care Act plans in North Carolina for this year was nearly 30%. And Mark III is seeing with their clients, with their smaller clients, the average is about 5%. Sorry, I feel like I have to sneeze. Okay. And for the larger plans, self-funded groups is 8 to 10%. So we're right at that average of just over 8%. And we did work with Mark III to negotiate with Cigna on some cost-saving provisions within the plan. And one being, we are restructuring the way we are covering GLP-1 medications and carving those out and structuring a requirement to participate in a program and direct pay for those drugs for employees that are using those. So an employee is not going to see much of a difference in that benefit, but it will be a cost savings to the plan. So in that way, we were able to bring that projected increase down to 8.82% premium increase to cover the cost of projected claims and benefits.
And you requested 70 positions instead of.
Yeah, I've got a slide.
I read 11 for some reason, but it's 7
Seven.
out of 16.
Yes, so I'll go to the next slide, I think, to cover those in more detail. These are the positions that were requested. And so right now, we have included a social worker IAT position in child welfare. So this is CPS, and this is in response to changing provisions at the state level, which are impacting the workload and the time that our workers are needing to respond to complaints. The Board of Elections has requested that a part-time position be converted into a full-time position to meet growing demands on the election staff. We've had two in place, I think, for a couple of decades now. So to meet growth and changing demands, there is funding for a full-time position with offsetting part-time reductions. EMS Assistant Chief is a request that they have made for a number of years. This funds that position for 6 months. Our EMS Division Chief has a wide span of control, and this helps reduce that so that that position is able to function or address more administrative matters and focus on that, while an Assistant Chief becomes primarily responsible for day-to-day operations within EMS.
Why is it only 6 months?
As a cost savings measure within the budget, and noting the recruitment horizon for that particular position, looking at that being a longer period of time to fill. Plus, they still have some vacancies that need to be addressed with frontline staff within that division. So that's their focus right now. Then with the custodial technician in general services, we plan to do away with the contract custodial services within the Human Services building. That was a contract we inherited when we purchased the building, so we went through a period of time to determine if that would meet our needs or if we needed to bring that in-house, and we have determined that it would be best to provide for the cleaning of that building with our own internal staff within the General Services Department. So we would add a full-time custodial technician for that building. There is offsetting revenues for that coming from the state because it will be focused on social services area, which is the bulk of the area. And then we'll have part-time positions also to supplement that full-time position, and doing away with the contract is a cost savings measure on the expense side to offset the addition of those county staff. And then within the sheriff's office, adding a deputy special assignment, which would be a county resource officer. And we did have discussions with Sheriff Wilburn about the security needs at social services. We are currently paying a contract security officer who is there on a full-time basis during the workday, and then we do have security personnel there as well, oftentimes when we have foster children staying overnight, which is, of course, we seek to avoid that, but we do have that on occasion. So this new position could actually have an office at social services where the security officer currently resides, and in discussions with the sheriff could spend approximately half of its working time in the department, and then the other half dedicated to visiting other county facilities and addressing any requests that come up from other county departments, as well as staffing our board meetings. That would be a duty of this particular position.
Security officer at DSS?
Yes. Yep. And then within the tax administration office, we have 2 positions recommended, and these were recommended as part of the peer review that was conducted by the NCACC. And these are the 2 positions that have been prioritized by Russell within his department as meeting needs there. So then the other positions have not been recommended. We have identified some ways to address some of the needs. The staff development specialist was not funded within DSS. Income maintenance supervisor has been addressed through a position reclassification. Continuous quality improvement specialist, child welfare is not funded. The adult services one, we intend to reclassify a vacant position to meet that need. Within emergency services, there's a request for a technology specialist that's not funded, a detention officer that's not funded for transport. Business officer will also be addressed in the sheriff's office with the position reclassification in the next fiscal year for a vacant position. And then Within soil and water, there was a request to convert a part-time position to full-time, and that is not funded, and one of the tax administration positions that was requested is not funded. Again, all of this is subject to change as we continue to move through the process, and I welcome any feedback that y'all have about new position requests. So next steps in the process, May 18th is the recommended budget, so that will be coming to you in its entirety at that point, when I will be handing over the budget recommendation to you all, and then it becomes your budget, and you will take a look at that and decide if this meets the needs of the county, or if there are adjustments that you would like to make to it. We will have a budget public hearing on June 1st, and then budget work sessions. Dates that have been set aside are June 2nd through June 12th. I think June 8th has been requested as a potential date, so if y'all will let me know if your calendars are free on that date, that would be helpful. And then adoption of the annual budget ordinance is scheduled for June 15th. So I know that was a lot of information. It was my effort to kind of give you a picture of some of the components that we've been looking very closely at. Again, we are at a point where we have created a budget plan that is based on a 63-cent tax rate. If I hear from y'all about some of the things that I've presented that I have not included, that you would really like to see included, or things that I've included that you'd like for me to take another look at that, I'm very open to doing that over the next couple of weeks, and any other priorities that you as a board have that you would like to see addressed. So I know I didn't cover everything, so I'll be glad to answer any burning questions that you may have. And again, I'm open to feedback where we are.
Okay, where'd you say you have the tax rate with your current?
63 cents.
Any other questions, comments? Right. Thank you, County Manager.
Okay. You're welcome.
Item 9I, appointments to boards and committees. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. In your packet, you should have received interested applications from interested citizens for applications for appointments to boards and committees. It is your job and your duty to recruit and to appoint as deemed appropriate. The first one I have is the Ag Board. It is a 2-year initial term, a 4-year reappointment. We have one position available. The following application was received. Chip Stone, request appointment. May I please ask to desire the board?
Appoint Chip Stone.
We have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion's been approved.
Thank you. The next one is the Economic Development Commission. There's 2 positions available for a member at large to fill 2 positions. They're both unexpired terms. The first one is for June 30th, 2026, and then the second one is for June 30th of 27. This was a very competitive board, so there's an extensive list. The first person is Peter Baker, request appointment. Anita Banks, request appointment. Gordon Carver, request appointment. Brian Klein, request appointment. Tracy Kendrick, request appointment. Mark Ramey, request appointment. Allison Satterfield, request appointment. Kyle Shotwell, request appointment. Tammy Tuck, request appointment. And Cameron Wagner, request appointment. May I please ask to desire of the board, and please indicate if it's for the unexpired term of June 30th, 26, or June 30th of 27.
You did have a Mike Smith on your list, you didn't?
I'm sorry, so excuse me, Mike Smith, request appointment.
All right.
Thank you.
I make a motion for Allison Satterfield to serve the unexpired term for June 30th, 26, and Gordon Carver to serve the term 6/30/27.
And may I ask for clarification, since we are at the unexpired term of 6/30/26, that is a very short time frame. It is at the desire of the board or consensus of the board if you wish to extend that even further.
I think, yeah, I mean, that's only 2 months.
Okay. So extend it to
Have them both match the.
Have them both match.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion's been approved.
Thank you. The next one is for the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. It's a 1-year initial term, 2-year reappointment. The following positions are available: juvenile defense attorney and a Person County School Superintendent or designee, and 2 positions available for citizen at large, and then for 1 citizen under the age of 21. The following application was received. Donald Day requests appointment as a member of the general public. May I please ask the desire of the board?
Motion to approve Donald Day.
We have a motion. All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion's been approved.
The next one is for the Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee. 1 position available for the following: a representative from Person Memorial Hospital and a representative from the Department of Social Services. We received 1 application from April Spencer. She requests appointment as a representative from Person Memorial Hospital. May I please ask the desire of the board?
Move to appoint April Spencer.
We have a motion to appoint April Spencer. All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion's been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman's report, I would like to, I did have the opportunity to attend the safety banquet for the Department of Labor at the Homestead. Want to congratulate all the award winners for achieving that goal, especially Person County Finance and Person Industries. And but appreciate the Commissioner of Labor coming up here and greeting our residents. And as you know, this is a yearly event, so I appreciate the commissioners that did attend that as well. That concludes my report, County Manager.
Sure, and I'll also add that PATs and inspections
PATs
were
and
also
inspection.
recognized
My
during the
apologies.
safety awards. That's okay. I think we've covered them all at this point, but if
Okay.
we've forgotten any more, let us know. And I do want to mention that you all approved the volunteer recognition proclamation this morning. And so we do want to make sure that all of the many volunteers who serve on the county's advisory boards and committees are acknowledged and appreciated for their service. So we will send a copy of that proclamation to them, as well as a thank you note. And we do have a small gift that we will give them at an upcoming meeting to appreciate their service and the light that they shine for all of us and the inspiration that they provide to us.
Vice Chair Wilbur.
Thank you. We had our quarterly airport commission meeting where we received an update on the projects related to the paving out there and the runway extension. I also attended the safety award banquet and echo everything you said, and also wanted to thank the chamber for continuing to fight for us to have that here locally, and for being the host and pulling it all together and handling the invitations for that. I also had the fortunate experience of attending the Special Olympics ceremony on Friday. I think they had moved it up a month because it's always hot and the weather followed them to the event. But it was really nice and encouraging, and I think all the participants enjoyed and had a great time.
Commissioner Thomas.
No report.
Commissioner Royster.
Yes, to add on to what Vice Chair Pereira Wilburn said, I attended the Special Olympics, had the honor of opening the ceremony, and it was a lot of fun out there, and along with Vice Chair Wilburn cheering along the track sidelines for participants as they crossed the finish line, and it was exciting and inspiring as well to be there to witness that. And also the food pantry is open tomorrow. Check online. I don't want to give the wrong time, but it is open tomorrow for distribution out at the Timberlake Community Center.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Long.
Well, I too attended the Department of Labor Safety Awards banquet, and so same thing you guys said about that. I also attended the ribbon cutting for Chick-fil-A, and there was a large attendance there. It seems to have been a large attendance every day except for Sunday since that happened. So I'd like to welcome them and thank them for choosing Person County. The first meeting of the Duke Energy and Mayo Lake property owners was held on April the 15th, and our next meeting is April the 28th. I pray a solution can be reached and that they will accommodate both parties' interest. I'm deeply concerned there is no funding for the industrial park in the CIP. Now, I've had a lot of citizens ask me to make a motion, so I'm gonna make a couple of motions at this point. I make a motion that citizens 65 years of older pay no property tax. Is that allowed, Mr.?
Respectfully, Mr. Long, the board has already adopted the agenda for this session. I think you can certainly present the motion and ask to be added to a future meeting.
Okay, that'll be fine. That's it.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to go into closed session, number one, per General Statute 143-318.11A5, to establish or instruct the public body staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price or other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease with the following individuals permitted to attend: County Manager Catherine Cathy, Clerk to the Board Michelle Solomon, and County Attorney T.C. Morpher, followed by closed session 2, per General Statute 143-318.11A6, for the purpose to discuss personnel with the following individuals permitted to attend: County Manager Catherine Cathy and County Attorney T.C. Morpher. Do I have a motion to go into the closed hearing? All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're now in closed session. Does the board need a 5-minute? into open session. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
All right. All in favor, please vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Meeting is now adjourned.